Okay. Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will open our board meeting this evening with the Pledge of Allegiance by the students from De Zavala Elementary School, where Marlette Martinez is the principal. She will introduce her students in just a moment, but first, let's please stand for the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ms. Marlette Martinez, representing De Zavala Elementary, and I do want to recognize our stellar scholars that did an awesome job leading the pledges. I have Godswill Enegbe in 5th grade, Ilium Camarena in 3rd grade, Hope Alice Craig in 4th grade, and Janie Foe in 4th grade. So thank you for coming out, and their parents and joining and leading the pledges. Good evening. As you guys know or don't know, De Zavala, we are the small school with a big heart. And we are delighted to be here in representing our school here. A little bit about our school: we are just growing in so many areas. One of them being just our academics, which we're very, very proud of, and how far we've come. And our goal always being that we are going to sustain and keep improving in that. Being FIR to a D and now to a B campus, so we are celebrating that growth. Part of that growth, yes. Yes. I do want to say part of that growth is, besides the academics, what really couples in with that is just the community and the parental and the teacher effort that's put in. The teachers are really, really, and I truly meaning hard workers. They really go above and beyond, and every experience that kids get to encounter, and so that's something that makes a big difference. And you see that in the academics, but in order for the child to grow holistically, they also need the sports, the arts, the music. So having all of those clubs available at De Zavala has really focused us in allowing the children to grow holistically, not just academically. But I invite you guys to come out anytime. We are, again, the small school with a big heart, located on Magnolia. And so we're just going for more this year. So you guys will be hearing a lot more from us this year and in coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next, Mr. Clint Bond from Communications will walk us through the next several introductions.
Thank you, President Ramos. Our student greeters this evening are from the Army JROTC unit at Polytechnic High School, where Nick Torres is the principal. Students assisting us this evening are, and if they would stand as I call their name, Cadet Major Gonzalo Verdin, Cadet Major Emmanuel Flores, Cadet Command Sergeant Major Bessie Garcia, Cadet First Sergeant Kristen Pacheco, Cadet Staff Sergeant Brandon Hernandez, and Cadet Sergeant Johan Quistian. The senior Army instructor with them this evening is Lieutenant Colonel retired Thomas S. Caniato, if I've said that correctly. And the students are in good hands because, like Colonel Crossley and myself, he's a former armor officer. So, the National Merit Scholarship Program is a program administered by the College Board to recognize high-achieving high school seniors. High school students enter the program by taking the PSAT their junior year. Each year, approximately 1.6 million juniors take the PSAT. I have 3 groups to introduce to you this evening, so if you would hold your applause until we finish each group. The following students, all from Pascal High School, scored in the top 1% of the PSAT test takers and are being recognized as National Merit semifinalists. So students, if you would stand, please. Jack Bowler, Lucy Chang, Ben Larson, Mark Moses, and Ian Travis. Thank you. The next group, the following students scored in the top 2.5% of all Hispanic and Latino PSAT test takers and are being recognized as National Hispanic Recognition Program scholars. Wendy Alvarez from Pascal High School, Orlando Arroyos from Pascal, Natalia Cantu from Pascal, Alejandro Castillo from Pascal, Alan Correa from Northside High School, Diana Flores from Diamond Hill High School, Samuel Grajeda from Pascal, Luis Guerrero from Trimble Tech High School, Elena Harth Bedoya, Pascal High School, Christina Lemuse, Pascal High School, Christian Lopez, South Hills High School, Emily Madrigal from Pascal High School, Efren Meza from Northside High School, Abraham Morales from Pascal, Eduardo Natera Carmona from Pascal High School, Jesus Paredes from World Languages Institute, Olivia Phillips from Pascal High School, Cynthia Quintero from Arlington Heights High School, Cesar Rodriguez, Northside High School, Daisy Sanchez, Pascal High School, Daniela Santillan from Pascal High School, and David Soto from Pascal High School. The following African American students scored a minimum of 1280 on the PSAT and are being recognized as Fort Worth ISD African American scholars. Asia Crockham from Texas Academy of Biomedical Sciences, Burl Harris from Pascal High School, Jordan Johnson from Arlington Heights High School, and Krisha Musenda from Marine Creek Collegiate High School. And if you are a parent or other family member of these students just recognized, would you please rise so we can honor your participation in their success? This evening, we are recognizing Broadway Baptist Church in partnership with Kids Hope USA for their longtime support of Van Zandt Gwynn Elementary School. Broadway Baptist Church has provided immeasurable support and is on track to surpass 100 volunteer hours to the school since the beginning of the school year. Currently, they support Van Zandt Gwynn with 14 mentors who actively connect with 17 students weekly as a lunch buddy and reading partner. Additionally, they provide support in the area of family engagement by engaging families during open houses, recognizing parents with students who have perfect attendance, volunteering at the Fall Family Festival and the Winter Holiday Store, and sponsoring student incentives for Saturday camps. When asked to sum up what these outstanding volunteers mean to the staff, students, and parents, Principal Deborah Fuentes had this to say: their time and heart work is beyond measure. We are thankful for all they do to support family engagement and the academic success of our students. It is an honor to present the volunteers of Broadway Baptist and Kids Hope USA with a certificate of appreciation for family engagement. This evening, we recognize two Fort Worth ISD employees for their actions while assisting a Greenbrier Elementary family member. Corey Bolin is a pre-K teacher at Greenbrier Elementary. Charity DeKrieger is in her first year as her teaching assistant. On the afternoon of October 22nd, just before pre-K dismissal, Mrs. Bolin noticed that there was something seriously wrong as a grandparent of one of the students collapsed, possibly from a heart attack. Without delay, Mrs. DeKrieger began administering CPR on the sidewalk, doing so until professional emergency personnel arrived. Mrs. Bolin was standing by to relieve her and also for comforting family members that arrived on the scene. Despite their heroic efforts, the grandparent succumbed. Even so, Dr. Scribner wrote in a letter, "Your efforts to fight for the life of another fellow human is an example of the love and care that must be an example for us all. Please," Dr. Scribner continued, "accept my heartfelt thank you for doing the right thing." Charity DeKrieger and Corey Bolin, would you please stand? And if you have any family members with you this evening, would they please stand too? Thank you very much. The principal at Greenbrier is Nicole Montalvo. Fort Worth ISD's Division of Equity and Excellence Reading with Barbers initiative received the 2019 Governor's Volunteer Award for Partners in Education. The Governor's Volunteer Awards honor the exemplary service of individuals, groups, and organizations that have made a significant, measurable contribution to their communities through service and volunteering. The Reading with Barbers initiative strives to help students ages 4 through 14 maintain and improve their reading skills in a safe and trusted community space, the local barbershop. Fort Worth ISD provides the books and the bookshelves, while the barbers serve as role models and mentors for children. Reading begins once the children walk through the door and select a book, continuing through the haircut. Barbers are there to guide the reading process, engaging with their young clientele over content and comprehension. Reading with Barbers supports Fort Worth ISD's Elementary Literacy Initiative 100 by 25 FWTX, which sets a goal of 100% of third graders reading on grade level or above by the year 2025. We have some of the barbers supporting this initiative in the audience this evening. Marcus Brisby, would you please stand? Roger Fogel, Lanter Goodridge. Will Hall is not here this evening, but we wanted to mention his name. Felton Love, Tyrone Malone, Joshua Stevens, and Tracy Turner. Would you all please join in helping to thank them for their contributions? Thank you, gentlemen. Sherry Breed is the chief of the Division of Equity and Excellence. November is Native American Heritage Month, or as it is commonly referred to, American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month. The month is a time to celebrate rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and histories, and to acknowledge the important contributions of Native people. Heritage Month is also an opportune time to educate the general public about tribes, to raise a general awareness about the unique challenges Native people have faced both historically and in the present, and the ways in which tribal citizens have worked to conquer these challenges. There are 573 federally recognized Indian nations, variously called tribes, nations, bands, pueblos, communities, and Native villages in the United States. On November 2nd, 15 Fort Worth ISD students and parents attended Celebrate Native American Heritage Day at the Chickasaw Cultural Center in Sulphur, Oklahoma. They have also attended a Native American Heritage Day celebration and youth book club at the Intertribal Center in Dallas on November 23rd, later this month. In the Fort Worth ISD American Indian Education Program, there are 362 identified Native American students across the district, representing over 57 different tribes. Academic and cultural field trips occur, and there is a 2-week camp during the summer. And we have some of the Native American guests with us this evening. Would you please stand so we might recognize you?
Thank you, Mr. Clint Bond. Appreciate you walking us through the recognitions for this evening. We will be taking a short break, but I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and recognize the Honorable Ms. Judy Needham, who's sitting with us today. Welcome, Ms. Judy. Good to see you again. This concludes the recognition portion of our meeting. We will be taking a short break so that also our board can come and visit with the community members. Thank you. Okay, so moving on with our meeting, we're going to go on to number 4, agenda item number 4, reports and presentations. We're going to be looking at comprehensive annual financial report for the period ended June 30th, 2019. Mrs. Shiro, are you ready to give your report?
Yes, President Ramos, Dr. Scrivener, and members of the board. As you know, annually we're required by law and by policy to have a financial audit performed on the financial records of Fort Worth ISD. And we also need to have an audit on our federal grants, which is called the single audit. This year we also had an audit of one of our state grants, which is the first time in years that we ever had a state grant that was required to be audited. Weaver and Tidwell did perform the external audit under the direction of Jackie Gonzalez as the engagement partner. The reports are required to be filed to certain agencies before a deadline, and so this evening there's an action item to approve the financial audit, for the period ending June 30th, 2019. We presented to the audit committee a week ago. I believe you received the reports via hand delivery, I believe on Friday, and I think this evening we also have some great news to share with the remainder of the board and the public. So I'm going to hand it over to David.
Thank you, Ms. Shiro. We'll start with first page, and this is basically this is the summary for the entire district. This is all funds included, collapsed into 2 columns so that we can show a comparison of where we were last year and where we ended the 19 year. In the 18-year column, you'll see that we had revenue of $950 million, expenditures of a little over $1 billion, total other sources, uses. The $186 million is primarily comprised of the bonds that we issued in 2018. That is the major difference between the 18 and the 19 year. The net change in fund balances at the consolidated level is just under $80 million, where compared to the 19 year, we decreased by $106 million. We issued bonds in 18. We spent a lot of that bond money in 19. Ending fund balance you can see is $526 million in 18, and in 19 it is $420 million. This is the analysis of the governmental fund balances by fund type. General fund decreased about 5%, or a little under $11 million. And I'll go over that detail in a minute. Debt service fund decreased from 49.6 to a little over 48 million. Capital improvement funds, again, in 2018 we issued some bonds. We spent on a large part of those bonds during the 2019 year. That's the reason for the decrease in the fund balance. Other governmental funds are primarily comprised of special revenue funds, and that typically stays a little bit over the $8 million mark. Again, at the consolidated level, we went from 526 to 420 million. This is the general fund highlights, and you can see in comparative format that we had $759 million in revenue in 18 compared to 746. That decline in revenue is primarily attributable to a lesser increase in our tax base than we originally expected, and we also had some decline due to the decreased enrollment. We increased expenditures nominally from 743 to 756. In 18, we had bond reimbursement resolution of $7.3 million. This year we did not have that. We put $23 million into fund balance in 18. Currently in 2019 we reduced fund balance by a little under $11 million. Beginning fund balance in 19 was $213 million. Ending fund balance is $202 million. I'm breaking this analysis out by fund source. We've got the TRE and we've got the general fund. Both of those funds are accounted for separately, but they both together comprise the general fund. In our left column, we look at and analyze the revenue and expenditures for the TRE fund, because that was the 2 pennies that was approved by voters in 2017. So we account for that separately so that we can track those expenditures separately and easily. In 17-18, we received just under $24 million. We spent about $6.7 million of that. We increased the fund balance attributable to TRE by $17.3 million. Comparatively, in 19, we increased revenue a little bit and we spent more of that money. The combined fund balance for TRE for the cumulative period through 18-19 is just under $29 million. And then we transitioned to the 199 general fund, 17-18 to 18-19 comparative, much like the previous columns. We show that we decreased in revenue outside of the TRE. This is mainly the operational funds that is, again, tax-based, but it's also the foundation's school funds attributable to the state funding. Total expenditures actually increased from 736 to 744. And again, we look at other sources and uses. We've received some bond reimbursement resolutions. We didn't get that. We made operational transfers. Net change in fund balance in 18 was an increase of $6 million. This year we took out $22 million. Move next to the combined columns, which is where we now combine both of these fund sources, the TRE and the general fund, to look at the whole fund together combined. We had a decrease in revenue from the prior year, and again, that's attributable to lesser tax base increase than we anticipated. We had a decline in student attendance because we have a decrease in ADA, so that's to explain the decrease in revenue. Again, we increased expenditures primarily due to payroll. When we combined the TRE and the general fund, last year, again, we put $23 million in. This year, we took a little bit under $11 million out. Did you want to?
Yeah, the thing is over the years, you have seen where we have adopted deficit budgets but always had a positive variance at year end. And this year, you're going to see that trend is changing. And so now, you're seeing a $22 million deficit in the general fund. And so I think going forward, as we start to, as Dr. Scribner says, right-sizing the district, we're going to be looking at the next budget in future years so we can curtail that deficit.
This is kind of a breakdown of the general fund balance. There are categories of fund balance that all comprise that general fund. Spendable, non-spendable is inventory that rests on the balance sheet. Obviously, that is not in spendable format. Assigned budgetary deficit, this is what the Board of Trustees adopts in June of each year. Last year we adopted a $37 million deficit. This year we adopted a $28 million. Obviously we amended that in August for the additional House Bill 3 compensation allotment, but that would not be reflected because that was not part of the adopted budget. Our unassigned balance in 2019 is $172 million, and I think what's noteworthy in that $172 million fund balance is that the goal for districts statewide is really to have 2 months of operating funds and unencumbered fund balance, and on an $845 million general fund budget, we've got about $70 million, so we would expect to see a minimum of $140 million, so I think that that's noteworthy and important to point out. So we're in excess of that 2-month requirement or suggestion for fund balance. General fund budget to actuals on the revenue, we amended towards the end of the year. I projected what revenue would be at the end of the year. We amended the budget for the variables that I described a little bit earlier, and we came in with about 0.11%. So we ended up with about $746 million in revenue, really, from our original budget. It declined, or it was low. It was shy by about $8.4 million. This next view is expenditures by function, and you can see the budgetary compliance on that. We underspent in total about 2.29%, so we spent a little under 98% of the general fund budget. I think noteworthy on this is we spent $470 million on instruction and instruction related, which is about 62%. That's up a little bit from the prior year. The next view will be by object, and this is kind of how I presented the budget throughout the budget cycle, so this is kind of the follow-up on that. Payroll object, which is object 6100, comprised about 86% of the general fund budget, so that's pretty typical of large school districts and typical of what we've seen here at Fort Worth ISD. The next analysis is the bonded debt or the debt service fund highlights, and this is our bonded debt. This is what we collect taxes on to pay our bonded debt. We ended up in the current year a little bit shy on fund balance. We decreased fund balance by $913,000. Again, we talked about tax base earlier. We had a smaller tax base increase than we anticipated. Throughout the tax cycle, we typically see a lot of litigation and protest. Last year was unusual, and this year is actually showing much to be the same. We still have $48 million in fund balance in INS, so that's in good shape as well. The next view is going to be the child nutrition, and that is what we used to feed our students with. We decreased fund balance on that by $4.1 million. What is important to know on that is that $2.3 million of that is depreciation, which is a non-cash charge. So on cash, we actually improved over the prior year operations by about $700,000, and $2.3 million was attributable to fund for depreciation. Fund balance is $1.2 million. When you have the audit committee meeting at the end of the audit results kind of are summarized in this view. No material weaknesses in internal controls. That's important because that says that your district is fundamentally sound in the way that you've operated. You've got policies, procedures, and structures in place to preclude things in the normal course of business going through undetected. There were no material errors, irregularities, or illegal acts noted. The auditors noted no difficulties or disagreements encountered. Sometimes there are differences of opinion, and we are pleased to say that there were none of those in the current year. Auditors issued an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance that an independent auditing firm will give, so that is very good to note. No independent issues noted, and we were a low-risk auditee for the federal programs, which is always something good, and that's indicative of the processes and procedures that are in place with Fort Worth ISD to maintain, sound accounting on that.
Now, we did have 3 areas for improvement. As we were telling the audit committee, the auditors pulled time records, time cards. As we spend 86% of our budget on payroll, it is important that we have internal controls in place over payroll. And when some of the cards were pulled, they found that the employees and or supervisors did not sign off on the time cards before payroll was processed. However, they did see that we had implemented an automated approval system. And so you're seeing this again for the second year, but we are now went through the conversion to Kronos of version 8. It has electronic approval processes in place. And so with that, hopefully that timekeeping finding you will not see that again next year. For the first time, when we were closing out the 2013 bond, with our program manager leaving us, we had to undertake that ourselves. And so what happened there is that some of the projects were not capitalized in the proper period. That means depreciation was not recognized in the proper period. It has nothing to do, there's no money involved. It's nothing but a balance sheet transaction on our balance sheet. But needless to say, it happened. So we had to capitalize some of the projects of 2013 in the proper period. So we had to make an adjustment. And so we have an internal control in place so that doesn't happen again. And then for the first time in years, we were audited under the Texas Home Visiting Grant, which is a state grant. And in that instance, they pulled 40 files in at least 1 year, and they found that there was not eligibility materials in the files. Not that maybe they were eligible to receive the services, they just didn't have, the paperwork to show it. And so we also have a corrective action plan for the Texas Home Visiting Grant. And so with that, we will take questions. I do want to thank the entire staff of the Business and Finance Department. They work very hard on an annual basis to ensure that, we are in compliance with all state, federal, and local rules and regulations. And so with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shiro. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, President Ramos. I, on behalf of the Audit Committee, would like to thank our financial staff from the top to the bottom for keeping us in such good stead. This is really important for our constituents to know that the money that they provide to us is very well handled. And it is, and I would like to also somehow recognize that all of our employees, we were told by our auditor, are very open when they approach them about the financial specifics, which is extremely important. These audits are not only to maintain that we're handling money properly, but to make us better and better and better over time. So the corrective action plans that are put into effect are very beneficial. So I would just congratulate all of you, and please extend our appreciation to all of the staff that gets engaged during an audit. It's very important that they always be open and honest, and we're very grateful. So thank you.
Sir, thank you for that. I'll do that.
Thank you, Trustee Robbins. I don't think we have any other questions or comments from the board. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
So moving on to agenda item number 5, Lone Star Governance, Goal 3, College and Career Readiness. Dr. Scribner, I believe you and your team are going to walk us through this presentation.
Yes, President Ramos, members of the board, as you know, the board, district, and superintendent goal number 3 addresses college and career and military readiness. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our new Chief Academic Officer, Jerry Moore, who will take us through this presentation.
Thank you very much, President Ramos, members of the board, Dr. Scribner. We are very happy to be here with you this evening to share information about Fort Worth ISD's Lone Star Governance Goal 3, College and Career Readiness. I would like to draw your attention to the graphic representation that we have of the Division of Academics. You've seen this in some of our previous presentations. Tonight's presentation actually comes to you from the Office of Innovation here within our Division of Academics. More specifically, we're going to talk to you about the work that we do around college, career, military readiness. The performance that we had from this past year, as well as plans that we have moving forward in this current school year and in school years to come. Joining us for the presentation this evening, we have Sarah Rispy. Ms. Rispy is going to start the presentation with us, going over data related to our Goal 3, the overall goal, as well as the goal progress measures that we have within college, career, military readiness. Following Mr. Rispy, David Sines is going to share with you program improvements that we are in the midst midst of implementing this current school year, how we're impacting all students here in Fort Worth ISD in their path to attaining college, career, military readiness status by the time they finish schooling. And then Dr. Washington will follow up with the support of our school leadership partners, what her team is doing to support the implementation of CCMR in all of our schools. As you will see here, I'll draw your attention to the goal itself. Make sure that we all are working from the same understanding. Goal 3 states that the percent of graduates who have met the criteria for post-secondary readiness, those students who graduate from Fort Worth ISD already qualifying as college, career, or military ready. How that's measured by the college ready qualifying score on either an AP exam, an advanced placement exam, the SAT or ACT exam, our TSI, Texas Student Success Initiative examination, or students who are considered industry prepared, students who have received a license or certification in a career pathway. We had the goal set to increase from 53% being our academic performance level back in school year 2015-16 when we set this goal, and improving that to 66% here by 2019. We're excited to share the progress we're making in this area with you. And with that, I'm going to be quiet and let Ms. Arispe start us off in the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Our overall goal, as Mr. Moore said, was post-secondary readiness through a variety of measures. The gray box on the screen tells you what some of those measures are, and let you know that students can meet that measure in multiple ways. And some students meet it in more than one way, but we just count them once. So starting in 2016, when we were at 53%, you'll see that green solid line is the actual. We made a nice gain of 11 points over that time to 2019, where we're at 64%, which is 2 points under the goal of 66%. I also want to call your attention above each dot. It says the class of. Our college and career readiness data lags 1 year because of the students graduating, and then we get some data back in the fall when they enroll in college or finish licensures and certification exams. This next slide shows our students by group for that overall goal. The top red bar is all students. That's the 64%. And then we have by student group, Hispanic, African American, white, economic disadvantaged, English learners, and special ed. You'll notice that the Hispanic group is equal to the all students here in this graphic. African American, we definitely have a gap there from the Hispanic as well as from the white performance. We'll look at that next slide, breaks that out a little further by male and female. The top bar, which is tan, is the female, and the green bar is for male for those same student groups, just now by male and female. You see some slight differences there. Our goal progress measures, those things that lead us to our overall career and college and military readiness. The first one is the students who have achieved this by a qualifying score, so by a test score basically in reading and math. Students can do that again on SAT, ACT, or the Texas Success Initiative, which is a test for Texas College in reading and math. Our goal was to increase from 16% in 2016 to 23% in 2019, and you'll see that we have actually exceeded that goal by quite a bit. We're currently at 32% for the class of 2018. Here we have those same data for that measure by all students and then by each student group, Hispanic, African American, white, and economic disadvantaged. Here you do not see groups reported for English learners in special ed because those numbers were too small on this particular measure. And then we have those same groups broken out by male and female. Goal progress measure 3.2 is a different way of attaining or demonstrating college, career, and military readiness through dual credit. When we set this goal back in 2016, we used 12 hours or more dual credit to represent college and career readiness. The state has done some changes in state accountability, and as the board considers setting new goals in the future, I'll share a little bit more information about how that's different now in the state system. But for our goal in the district of our goal progress measure at 12 college credit hours, we started off with 7% of students in the class of 2015. Our goal was 13%, and while we saw an increase of 2 percentage points, we did not meet that goal of 13. Mr. Sines will be sharing about some different options that students may take now in addition to dual credit, which we're currently not counting in the goal, and we may want to consider for our future goals of college, career, and military readiness. This graph shows you with the green line on the bottom from 7 to 9% what our current goal was measuring the 12 or more hours for dual credit. It also shows you a couple of different data points. The state now gives credit as a career and college ready if a student achieves dual credit in English or math, and they pick that because for almost any college degree, you have to have freshman English and freshman algebra in college. And so if you have a student who attains those in high school, they will call them college and career ready. For our students that we currently have, and that's the gold line kind of running through the middle, 11% of our students attaining one of those while in high school, and that was for the class of 18. The blue line shows you graduates who have 9 or more dual credit hours in something. And so the state says, okay, well, some kids may not do it in English and math while in high school, but maybe they're very interested in art and they take a whole lot of dual credit in art, or they take it in U.S. history. They're a history buff. If they have 9 hours or more, they're also counted as career and college ready. So just some other data to show you that the state is looking at that multiple ways and saying that there are multiple pathways and different students choose different options. This goes back to our original goal and shows you our all students group, and then by Hispanic, African American, white, and economic disadvantaged for the overall groups. And again, we see some gap there with our African American students, about 3 points behind Hispanic. And then we have this by male and female as well. Our final goal progress measure is for the percent of graduates who complete a CTE, coherent sequence of courses. And our goal here was to increase from 35% to 44% by 2019. You'll see that we had a nice 7% increase from 16 to 19, and we're 2 points under our goal. This is another measure that the state used in the accountability system when these goals were written, but they no longer use the coherent sequence. Now they are looking at an actual outcome measure of students who get a licensure or certification. So in this goal, we were looking at students course taking in high school. Now the state looks at not just the course taking, but then did they end up getting a licensure or certification? So another something that we'll want to consider as the board reviews their goals. Here is the overall score by student group. All students, Hispanic, African American, white, and economic disadvantaged. In this instance, our African American students actually have more students completing their coherent sequence of courses. And there are those same data by male-female groups.
So as you can see from the data that we just presented, in many of these areas, we are trending in the right direction. You see the progress that we're making with college, career, and military readiness. But if you look at that data, you also see something else. You see achievement gaps. You see our white students outperforming our students of color. So this slide starts to answer that question. How do we address that issue of the discrepancy in performance from all students? What do we do to make sure that there is a pathway for each student in Fort Worth ISD to graduate from our schools being college, career, or military ready? The first thing that we have done is we have said there's not just one pathway to attaining this distinction. Fort Worth ISD is not creating, here's what it means to be college or career ready. We are actually listening to our students and creating a pathway where a student is connecting to their interest and what it's going to take for them to be ready for their next step in their life outside of Fort Worth ISD schools. The next part of this presentation, Mr. Sines is going to share with you the enhancements and improvements that we are making to support unique pathways for all students in Fort Worth ISD, so we continue to see the trend of performance in this area, the positive results that we're getting right now, to continue to go in the right direction. More of our students in Fort Worth ISD graduating from our high schools, already meeting the criteria for college or career readiness. David.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. As was mentioned before, these are lagging indicators. So the data you just saw was for the class of 2018. And while we do see gains, I'm going to show you a couple of enhancements that we've done, not only to continue the growth, but close the gaps and accelerate the growth. And we're going to talk about the Texas Success Initiative, the Collegiate Course Success, Career and Technical Education, Military Readiness, and Student Pathways. I'm going to start with TSI. And right off the bat, I wanted to say that thanks to our school board, we've added the ACT School Day. We've offered the SAT School Day to all of our students for several years now. This past year, the class of 2019 was the first to engage in the ACT School Day as well, which we know by research shows that students of color tend to do better on. And so we're offering that exam now. And consequently, we now offer the ACT for free, the TSI for free, and the ACT. And in addition to no student in this district has to pay for dual credit, their textbooks, an AP exam, or any advanced course that they take because of your support with the budget. Increased access to college prep courses. These are courses that are in the 12th grade for students. We've, in determining those pathways, we've made sure that students now that have not met a TSI measure by 11th grade have an opportunity to meet that during these prep courses in the 12th grade that count as their 4th English and their 4th math. So, in addition, not just doing prep for a test, we've embedded these the rigor of these courses into our curriculum with our curriculum directors, specifically in the 11th grade, because that is when they take most of these exams. Our students take the SAT and ACT in the 11th grade. And we've also increased our test prep sessions throughout the district. We continue to improve on and learn from not only schools that are doing well in this, but also bringing in partners and supporting our students through either online mechanisms or face-to-face. Here's an example of where we are now and why we expect to see growth and the acceleration for our students. In that TSI prep course that I mentioned earlier that the seniors can take to count as English and math, we've gone from 6% of students enrolled in the class of 2018 to now 34% of students that are in there because we're being very targeted with who needs the course. Okay. Here's some information about our collegiate course success. First and foremost, I want to talk about on-ramps. This board last year approved us to offer on-ramps as another option to the suite of collegiate course offerings for our students. None of these are meant to circumvent or surpass or supplant any other. We simply wanted to offer more options for our students to take advantage of a collegiate experience. The University of Texas on-ramp system came on board last year, and thanks to the board and thanks to our principals and teachers, we were able to offer this course to 2,000 students. Those 2,000 students took over 3,400 courses, of which 75% were first-time college goers. These are students that have not attempted a course before. 88% of them earned college credit through the University of Texas. That's a great celebration for our students. And you would think, since we added another course, that we'd actually drop in enrollment in dual credit. We didn't. It went up by 11%. Our enrollment in dual credit increased by 11% from the previous year. In addition to that, our AP scores went up to 27%. Which is the highest we've been since, I believe, 2014, where testing wasn't compulsory, meaning we didn't ask every student to test. In addition, we know that last year we had 256 students graduate with their associate's degree from our early college high schools. We have since began to embed early college high school programs in our comprehensive high schools like Dunbar, O.D. Wyatt. And we want to continue that effort by expanding P-TECH early college high schools, which are technically, and simply put, CTE type early college high schools, into all of our programs like Dunbar, Pauley, Northside, and also Trimble Tech. And so, as you can see, this opportunity now will not only be available not only to our students that are going to early college high school, but also to our students that choose to stay and have a comprehensive high school experience. Here's some more data on on-ramps enrollment. So the class of 2019, our students that just graduated, most of the on-ramps courses are for 11th graders. So our seniors did have a small chance to take some of the courses, and as you can see, 11% of them did. I will say here that all of our schools, the majority of our schools offered on-ramps. What was one that wasn't offered, and that's because we had included a teacher to train, but they ended up resigning before they could go to training, and we are not allowed to replace that teacher because of that training until the following year. Now, every high school is involved in on-ramps, and we've gone, so this is the class of 2020. The students of the class of 2020, 27% of them have enrolled in an on-ramps course, and with an 88% passing rate, we expect that they will do well. Now, with regards to career and technical education, we have restructured our CTE strands to be a little more targeted and specifically focus on increasing certifications. In 2018, we had 204 certifications for the class of 2018. And that, for one, is because the state only counted 79 certifications that our students were eligible to receive. We have over 3,000 certifications we gain in our district, but not all of them count towards state accountability, but they're all worth just as much. Now, for the class of 2019, we're happy to report that we're going to have over 1,181 certifications for our students. Now, that is a part because the state did increase their list to 204, but it's also because our teachers and students are doing a lot better in those courses. Now, I'd be remiss to not mention our JROTC leadership pathways. As you know, this is one of our pride and joy. And we are working with Lieutenant Colonel Crossley to embed some of the CTE certification exams into those courses, because usually when a student is in JROTC, they only have so much room in their schedule. And they won't always have the room to take a CTE course or a CTE pathway and gain those certifications, or maybe even those advanced credits. So we're working to see how we can embed that in to the junior year of the JROTC program. In addition, we are ensuring that access to the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, the ASVAB, is available to all of our students. At the very basic level of that test, that is a career interest inventory for our students to know what they may be able to do, not just in the military, but in their life, and also may help them in making a decision if they want to join the military or not. And with that said, I'll pass it over to Dr. Washington so she can talk to us how we operationalize this at the school level.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. In order to better support our students, we've implemented a process to ensure that all of our students are on track to meet CCMR requirements. This begins in the spring when our students complete course requests, and we check to ensure that they are on track to meet one of the pathways. In August, principals are given a list of all students, and those students who still do not have CCMR requirements reflected in their schedules, they are met with the counselors the first 10 days of school. We really prioritize on our juniors and our seniors because they're closest to graduation. From there, we monitor each student to ensure that they are completing and passing those courses. The counselors, the principals, and teachers are all responsible. So we want to ensure that every student has an individual pathway that someone is monitoring and that they have a clear path to meeting CCMR requirements.
So I'd like to bring this slide back up for you, how we started this portion of this presentation. How do we ensure that all students, each student in Fort Worth ISD, graduates college, career, or military ready? It's by having different pathways. It's by having differentiated pathways. We shared with you a little of the innovations that we're making, the improvements that we're making to our college preparedness work, our advanced placement courses, our dual credit work, so that the student can look at their path, whether we are college ready, looking for career certifications and licensures, or if we're looking to go the military route, and connect with the program that best meets their needs. We listen to our students. We work with our students early on to develop progression plans so that they can start their middle school and high school career ready to move forward and ready to be prepared for what comes after high school. And we will continue to make adjustments and improvements as we progress. We appreciate the time to share this information with you and would be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. First question comes from Trustee C.J. Evans.
Thank you all very much for your report. I want to know a little more about TSI, and this is our first year implementing it here. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. We've been doing TSI. We are expanding that to offer that inside of our schools.
Okay.
And take care of that. David can probably give you more detail on that, but I'll allow you to finish your question if there's more to that.
Well, and my question just on page 19, it mentions increased access to the college prep courses and then the test prep sessions. So when and where are those? Are those throughout the academic year? And then what campuses are they on? And is transportation provided?
Great. David, go ahead.
The college prep course is available at our high schools. It's an actual course. Their senior year, it's available at our high schools. And I believe to this year, they're available at all of our high schools for our students to take. And that's part of the pathway development. We went from 6% now to a higher percentage because we're paying a little more attention to making sure a student takes advantage of that opportunity. Now, the test prep sessions vary. Our schools take individual approaches to meet the needs of their students. So they can be after school, they can be before school, they can be online. And if there is an opportunity, they can provide transportation depending on funding. But those are also free for the students at most of the schools. I believe there are some schools that offer a paid option at a higher rate, but those are not offered by us. So I think they bring in partners to offer some of those.
One of the areas I think we are really being purposeful is embedding test prep coursework into our fourth year of math and literacy so that we are watching our students. We are supporting our students as they get to their senior year. And as we see students who are not yet college or career ready, help advise them into courses that will meet that criteria so that they can go directly into a TCC coursework and not have to go the remedial route, be able to take credit-bearing courses their first year out of high school.
All right.
I want to answer a little bit about the TSI. Just you mentioned that. So the TSI is not only one assessment, which is nationally called the AccuPlacer, but it's also a set of metrics for ACT and SAT that really show if a student is college ready. So any college does in the state of Texas is they'll look at the TSI, ACT, or SAT and see if they met that threshold. So the TSI itself is one thing that we now are offering at every one of our high schools. But now that we offer the entire suite, students have 3 options and even multiple times to take those assessments, especially the TSI, to see if they can meet that threshold.
Thank you.
Next, we have Trustee Ashley Paz.
Thank you, President Ramos. I want to start by saying thank you so much for this report. This is, I think, one of the best ones that we've received in a very long time, and it's clear that you were very intentional about putting it together. And I really appreciate the multiple ways that you have laid out the data so that we can see kind of a bigger picture. But also, Jerry, that you've really have acknowledged that you've celebrated our successes, but also acknowledged the areas that we have work to do. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just have one question about our going back to test prep. Are we, so 2 years ago, the Council of Great City Schools partnered with Khan Academy and the College Board to provide free SAT prep and with dashboards for the students so they can track their progress along the way. Are we participating in that program at all?
So the Khan Academy does design, and it's tied to the College Board now, as you mentioned, and we do participate, I would say, sporadically, and we are working to make that more systemic so that our students, it's a free tool. It's a free tool, and now that every student takes the SAT and the PSAT, it literally takes those exam questions, tells them, here's your plan, and here's what you need to do in Khan Academy. So we're bringing a lot, we are definitely working into our system. Right now, it's sporadic use.
Yeah, so on top of that, on top of it just being free and a great tool, they also give away $5 million in scholarships to students who are participating in the platform. And that's just money we're leaving on the table. So
That is something that we will design a strategic plan of how we use that moving forward for sure. Yes.
Okay. Next, we have Trustee Andar.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Ramos. Just a couple questions. On page 14, I noticed that there was a drop from between 2017 and 2018 of 4 percentage points in the graduates who completed a CTE coherent sequence. Is there a reason that we've identified for that drop?
No, that we've identified a reason for it. Maybe I don't think there's anything specific. We have consolidated some pathways into one or two and try to clean those up. So we may have seen that drop. Other than that, maybe a drop in some of the enrollments in CTE courses themselves.
Okay.
But nothing that was alarming that we would say, oh, there's something going on, because we have seen our certifications go up. And so our students are taking more certifications and being involved in those courses.
I know that those courses can be very hard to fill with qualified and certified teachers.
Yes.
So I guess that popped into my head as to wondering if that might have been a reason for that people, as a teacher, attrition, as they retire or resign or move or whatever, if we're able to fill those positions again.
While it is a challenge, last year our board started approving our teachers to be on permits that have the qualified experience to come in, but maybe not serve the teacher certification. So that has helped. I will say that in the last 3 years, we moved from about 18,000 students taking CTE courses to about 22,000 this year. So there are more students taking CTE courses. They may not be in the sequence now, since some of them are taking them at designated times and maybe wanting to take advantage of the CTE certification versus the entire sequence.
What does the state consider a sequence?
It is usually 3 or more courses for 4 more credits.
Okay.
For the accountability, too, I think Mr. Sines is right, because students pursuing those often are after the licensure or certification. They can, even before leaving high school, sometimes if they pass a few of those, go into a very well-paying job. Mm-hmm. And when they used to have to take the beginning, intermediate, and advanced level course to then take the certification, that's not always required now. And so students are taking advantage of that. Sometimes if they've learned enough in the first 2 that they think they can pass their licensure test, it opens up a space in their schedule to take something else they might also be interested in and expand their options.
So they're getting the certification, but we're not getting the credit.
We do now in the way.
Is that right?
We do now.
Good for them. That's great.
Yes, that's a difference in how states doing accountability now. So when we wrote the goal, they were only counting if they completed that coherent sequence. The state has acknowledged that as well. So when the board sets their new goals, we may want to track licensures and certifications instead of completing coherent sequence, because the licensure and certification is now what gets credit with the state.
Well, that's what's going to get them a job.
Yeah,
that makes
exactly.
sense. With the increase of the dual credit participation, which is great, was there a decrease in AP course participation?
There was a decrease in AP course participation, but there was actually more exams passed than ever before.
Okay.
So the students that took the courses took more exams and passed them at a higher rate.
Which is great. And I can see, I know I have 3 children and they're very, very different. And I can see some who are much more geared toward that AP path because they can test well. Mm-hmm. And others that may be more geared toward a dual credit path because you don't have to pass. I mean, you have to pass the class. You have to do well in the class, obviously, but you don't have to pass a 4-hour grueling test in order to get the credit. So I'm thankful that that dual credit option exists. And then you mentioned the teachers that with the on-ramps program where we've identified the teachers and then before they go through the training, they leave the district. Have we considered any kind of an incentive to keep some of those teachers here, because it would certainly behoove our students and be to our benefit to make sure that they stay?
That is definitely a consideration that we have now. We do, just a little bit of explanation about the teachers and the training they go through for on-ramps. It involves a 2-week training in Austin, in the dorms with UT professors. And the first year we sent about 72 teachers. This year we sent 54. And that training is by far one of the best. And our teachers will confirm that that is the best part of this whole on-ramps piece. Their content deepening has been improved. And at the same time, we do cover their opportunity either through flex days or through compensation from being over there for 2 weeks.
Well, if they're going to be there for 2 weeks, they better get their flex time.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Trustee Anael Luebanos.
Thank you, President Ramos. On page 20, the gap between Heights and Diamond Hill from 0.3 to 70.9. Is there a reason why that huge gap?
I think page 21.
Now, I would say, the reason would have been just how we started using this course more intentionally. It's been available for the last 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, and we've become more intentional with how to use it. Those gaps have started to close now as we work better with our campuses on this idea of building a pathway for each student versus it's a course that you can take from the course book. Sorry, go ahead.
And if I can add to that, I'm sorry, David. One of the things I want to draw your attention to on this data specifically is we are not expecting to see every campus at the same level in this data because we are providing multiple different pathways at each campus for students to gain their college readiness status. So while there may be a higher need at some campuses for a student to go through the TSI prep course, there may be other students who are already enrolled in higher levels of dual credit who are already getting their standard there. So each one of these measures cannot be looked at in isolation. It has to go together as a whole and look at how our percentage of students at each campus that are reaching that level of CCMR.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next, we have Trustee Norman Robbins.
Thank you, President Ramos. I just want to thank you for presenting the information in this fashion and in this amount of detail and providing it to us 2 weeks early.
Sir.
So thank you. That gives us an opportunity
to
get used to it well before this evening. So thank you very much.
Looks like the alignment is coming together.
Yes,
we
sir.
appreciate y'all. Looks like that's all the comments or the questions from the board. We appreciate you very, very much on the LSG report. At this time, we will hear public comment. Let me remind you that because of the restrictions by Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature and issues of common and individual concern, the board will not hear complaints about specific individual employees or public officers during the public session. Speakers shall refrain from mentioning names of individual employees or public officers during their comments. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. In accordance with board policy BED local, speakers shall have a 3-minute time limit, and I ask that you please observe this rule. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. Delegations of 5 or more persons shall appoint one person to present their views before the board with a time not to exceed 5 minutes. For this evening, we have one speaker under public comment, and that person is Lori Owens.
Good evening. My name is Lori Owens. I am an educator in the district. I've been here for 20 plus years. Coming around to you is my letter to trustees and also an open letter that can be found at bsharp.com. And I'm here basically to talk to you tonight about my concerns about the decline of orchestra in the district. Before I get really serious on you, though, I would at least like to invite you to the holiday concert for B Sharp, which is December 5th. It's a Thursday. It's at Monning, and it starts at 7. We'd love to see you out there. So I wanted to flag a few things for you. I don't have answers, and I know you won't have answers for me. But I did want to flag for you that at the end of last year, 9 of our schools in this district lost their orchestra programs. And what was surprising to me about that number was 3 of them were large traditional high schools. Also on that were 2 schools that had made an A rating for their schools. I'm at one of those schools, that is TABS. I spent my summer trying to get orchestra back at TABS before I found out that 8 other schools were on that list. I cannot be the warrior for 9 schools in this district. So I asked about what was a recommendation for the students at TABS who had lost orchestra, and I was told to go to B Sharp. So I had students who were already in B Sharp, so I knew that that base was covered. I wanted to learn more about B Sharp. I started to attend B Sharp as a violinist. My violin is sitting up there. So I was really, really impressed with B Sharp. Then I found out last Thursday, B Sharp is also going to be leaving the district. It is an after-school program. It's going away at the end of the school year. So this fall concert that I have just invited you to is the last fall concert. The concert that they do in May will be their last spring concert. I think that is a really big shame that we should lose orchestra. 3 things that are on the responsibility list for the board is to develop and improve the educational system. Music, orchestra, has long been proven to help students. It increases focus, it increases rigor, it increases endurance for that rigor. How sad that we should lose orchestra. Also, as part of your responsibilities is to secure adequate financing. Having a wonderful donor as the Goff Family Foundation, and to lose them as someone who stood up for these kids in this district is incredibly sad. And I thank you for your time. Please read my letters.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment for this evening. We will be moving on to agenda item number 7, canvassing the vote of the November 5th, 2019 trustee special election for District 4. On November 5th, 2019, a special election was held for Fort Worth ISD Trustee District 4 pursuant to Section 67.003 of the Election Code. Canvassing of votes by the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education must occur no later than the 11th day after the uniform election date. State law, Section 67.004, Texas Election Code provides that 2 members of the school board constitute a quorum for the purpose of canvassing the November 5th, 2019 Fort Worth ISD school board election. I find that a quorum is present. So I would now ask that each board member of the Fort Worth ISD Canvassing Authority review the election returns for the November 5th, 2019 school board election as provided by the Tarrant County Elections Administrator. I will give everyone some time to review. So upon thorough review of the election returns, do I have a motion that we, as the Fort Worth ISD Canvassing Authority, hereby certify the following results? That for single-member trustee district number 4, right? Yep, 4, that Johnny Cook Muhammad received 454 votes, that Daphne Brookins received 1,121 votes, and that Terry D.T. Miles received 265 votes. So it looks like I have a motion by Trustee Anael Luevanos. Looks like we have a second by Trustee C.J. Evans. Do we have any discussion on the canvassing of the votes? Looks like no discussion. Please move the vote. Motion passes 8-4 and 0 against. So moving on to number 8, approving the canvass certification of November 5th, 2019 special trustee election for District 4. Motion passed 8-4 and 0 against. This action certifies the results and approves the action of adopting canvass results. So moving on to number 9, approving the resolution in order declaring results of November 5th, 2019 special trustee election for District 4. I present the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education the formal resolution in order declaring results of the November 5th, 2019 trustee special election for District 4. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution in order for declaring the results of the November 5th, 2019 trustee special election for District 4? Looks like we have a motion by Trustee Toby Jackson. We have a second by Trustee Anael Luevanos. Do we have any discussion on this item? So, thank you. So this will include action agenda item or action item 8 and 9, right? Yes. Thank you. So it looks like we have no discussion. Please move to vote. Motion passes 8-4 and 0 against. So moving on to number 10, at this time I would ask that the elected member be presented with her certificate of election and a statement of officer, and to read aloud the statement and sign it. Will the elected member of District 4 please come forward?
I, Daphne Brookins, do solemnly swear that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God. District 4 Trustee, Fort Worth Independent School District. Under penalties of perjury, I declare that I have read the foregoing statement and that the facts stated therein are true.
So now on to the next part. Now elected board member, you will take your oath of office and sign the oath after it has been administered. If you have family or friends to join you, they may come forward at this time.
I, Daphne Brookins, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Fort Worth ISD District 4 Trustee of the State of Texas, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
At this point, congratulations, Mrs. Daphne Brookins. Welcome to your seat, Ms. Trustee Daphne Brookins. Fort Worth ISD is excited. Our team is complete. Right. We are officially back at a team of 10. At this point, we will now recess and reconvene in the regular session in the board conference room. Okay, we're going to get started. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with the board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Are there any questions concerning consent agenda items from the board? Yes, Trustee Evans.
I had a question about, I believe it's B4, about the security enterprise software.
Yes, ma'am.
I see that it's $328,000 annually for 5 years. So what is the purpose of securing the agreement for 5 years? Is that standard with the provider? Where do we, that just seems like a little bigger time period.
We do this a number of times for different things. The primary reason is to lock in the cost so that we don't have escalating costs that we may not be aware of. And secondly is to be able to build a partnership, particularly like in cybersecurity, where we know who we're dealing with, and these were the same folks that kind of helped us this last time, so we feel very comfortable. We want the board to know that it's a 5-year commitment, but there's a non-appropriations clause, that other folks could explain, we can get out of for not appropriating. But that would be in an extreme case.
All right. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ana Luevanos, question.
I have a question about B5 for the student laptops. Are those like real laptops, or are they going to be like the Chromebooks that we have at many of the high schools?
In this particular school, and Mr. Science is here, we use a real laptop because of the sophisticated software required by curriculum, and Mr. Science is here. Mr. Moore. We call him Science. I made a mistake.
Yeah.
So as you know, in our STEM Academy at IM Terrell, they are participating in programming that requires more than the laptops that we provide for the one-to-one. So we purchase specialized, higher-powered equipment so that it's compatible with the equipment and aligns with the initiatives that we have in our STEM academies. So that's why there's the specific purchase for these laptops for students at IM Terrell.
So they can save documents in the laptop, not like the Chromebooks.
Yeah, this is a full laptop. This would not be a Chromebook like we have for the one-to-one devices. This would be a higher-powered laptop that can run the programs that they're actually using in some of their engineering courses.
Right. If I can add, is Windows devices with more processing power, more memory, especially for the program offered at STEM BPA, the engineering and the advanced programs. But it is built to hold documents in the device. The Chromebooks do have limited space and pushes the majority of the documents to the cloud. So this one, you can do it in the device, and you also have the cloud option.
I noticed the price was almost the same as the Chromebook, so like, oh, that's a good price. I mean, for
actually, is not. The price is 2 or 3 times what a Chromebook is.
So it's like $244 for
$1,300.
That was the initial price.
Yeah.
Okay.
That didn't include when I was looking at the price breakdown, and I don't have it in front of me right now, but it didn't include the software and the
insurance,
protection plan and all
Yes.
that's like the base.
Everything we buy has a 5-year warranty. And just to kind of maybe sum it up, every student from 6 through 12 receives a device. We work very closely together to make sure that device meets the needs of that particular grade or class. So this is basically doing the same thing here at IM Terrell so that everybody there has the same type of device. But all our devices have storage, including in the cloud. One of the modern things is we don't save it on hard drives. So, students have access to cloud storage. So But we can, I know that's not what's on the agenda, but we can, provide a report or any other information if there's some concerns. Thank you.
I'd like to stay on the same one, B5. Are these classes offered at any other school other than this?
We do have STEM classes at a variety of campuses. However, this is a specialized program that we have at IM Terrell for the academy program that we have there. We make sure in our other campuses that we have a VPA, a STEM pathway. We have equipment in those classrooms through our CTE programming, and we equip those classrooms with the appropriate equipment as well.
Okay, and the equipment that you already have, is it up to date, or will we have to come back and renew and do the same thing for those as well?
Great question. The equipment that we have a annual cycle where we equip our CTE classrooms with up-to-date equipment. So we are in good shape right now, and our CTE department will bring different equipment on an annual basis to equip all of those rooms. But right now we're in good shape.
Okay, last question.
Sure.
So the ones that you switch out, what do you do with those?
That depends. That depends on if it can be used for a different program. So sometimes if it's a program that requires higher operating systems or more higher level equipment, we'll move equipment out of one classroom and put it into a different program that it could still be utilized. Okay. When the equipment is out of date, we go through a surplus process where we resell the equipment and we get funds to go back into the account to purchase new equipment.
Okay. And I'd like to, whenever that happens, if we can get that report to see where they went.
Okay.
If you either decided to sell them or refurbish them to use them for something else. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
look at that for sure.
Any other questions on consent agenda from the board? Looks like no more questions. So this will conclude our discussion of consent agenda items.
the route. We need campus monitors and custodial staff who take pride in the safety and appearance of all our schools, and a cafeteria crew.
This is where Fort Worth ISD gets to show off all of their great programs of choice, schools of choice.
We're looking at like the different types of programs that I will be interested in.
Once you hit your 11th grade year, you're going to be able to do rotations.
Once every other week, and they would do tutorials.
We really focus mostly on broadcast and journalism.
They get to really see a good picture of the school and hear it from students who are actually in the school and living the experience.
We move on to photography, working with the camera.
I want to focus on the medical fields because I want to help lives and save them.
Right. Students and parents are walking around, they're getting to know the schools.
And then the chords are 3 notes.
Que pueden escoger aparte de español.
Class sizes, how big are the class sizes?
We have a college and career coach, and her only job is to get your kids into college.
I will have at least 40 college credit hours.
That really gets my head going and makes me want to think about it. Really attracts my interest.
Here at the Gold Seal Programs of Choice Expo, parents have and students have a one-stop shop to be able to look at every single school, every program.
What were you thinking? Go straight to med school?
Really map out their trajectory of where they want to go, what their goals are, and find the right fit for them.
There's really cool things where we get to like focus in the medical field, and then those pathways lead up to like career paths. So when we graduate, we get to like partake in those jobs.
So many choices and so many different avenues, which is really a wonderful thing.
So, we got to take advantage of the choices that we have now.
You could just go really fast between all of them and sort of talk to all the people. Yeah, it's really nice.
They can go straight to work. They can go to higher education, post-secondary. They get everything they need to be prepared for the real world.
Have you figured out how you could serve yet? Listen up.
There's a place for you in the Fort Worth Independent School District. We need teachers, especially with math, science, and bilingual skills. Learn to drive a bus and meet great kids along the route. We need campus monitors and custodial staff who take pride in the safety and appearance of all our schools. And a cafeteria crew offering many choices for students as well as employees.
Got it? You belong in Fort Worth ISD.
Industry-driven Gold Seal programs and schools of choice offer Fort Worth ISD families and students the power of choice, now more than ever, to go beyond the basic, beyond the traditional, to find the pathway that's a match to a student's interest, goals, and learning style. Learn more at fwisd.org/choice or call 817-814-1540.
The name of the book that you have today?
Rambo.
Catherine and her classmates will directly benefit from having these books in their classroom.
1, 2, 3.
We received new computers, a new Chrome cart with 30 Chromebooks, new books, and we're just very excited about this opportunity to enhance the kids' learning and lives.
This will be the first time that we look at school boundaries in a comprehensive way since 1999. It's my goal to speak to all of the 13 pyramids.
What is esports about?
Esports is basically about competitive gaming, and we're striving to, acknowledge sportsmanship and leadership in ranks.
We have 2 new teaching chairs of excellence. Ms. Alyssa Mariposa, will you please come up? We also have one more recipient, Cassie Hansen, please come forward.
Congratulations.
I wasn't seeing this coming.
Activity.
Write your name on the notepad.
She was trying to tell me something at the same time while other people were talking.
The goal of that exercise was to help the students understand what it actually feels like to have the disease.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engines running. Commit. Liftoff.
So Pete Conrad, who commanded the Apollo 12 mission, came to my father and he said, "Al, what are you doing?" And Dad said, "Well, I'm in my office today working on the Skylab mission, Apollo applications." He said, "How'd you like to fly to the moon with me?"
Pascal had decided to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Alan Bean's walk on the moon.
That's great. Right where it's supposed to be.
Amy Bean, the daughter of Alan Bean, is presenting a program called Moonwalker's Daughter.
Oh, this is a fun picture. This is him when he was in Pascal.
It was great to see how somebody from Pascal could go to the moon.
So students will get to see some of the clothing that Alan wore while he was in space.
This is what we call the intravehicular jacket from NASA. It was given to Alan Bean.
The space race is a great illustration of how we need all sorts of people working together to solve a problem. Oh yeah.
In this one, we're going to have a full 360 view on the surface of the moon. It was really inspirational to just see how it affected everyone around him and how he was able to do great things.
Sitting in this auditorium, these kids are going to be the future explorers.
No problem.
I want them to continue that journey that our family was a small part of.
Attaboy. You look great. Welcome aboard.
When you use GPS, you always start with the end in mind. You say or type in where you want to end up. Siri, take me to Luella Merritt Elementary.
Getting directions to Luella Merritt Elementary School.
And then follow directions.
You have arrived.
Author Stephen Covey says we need to begin with the end in mind if we want to reach our goals. At Luella Merritt, there are clear goals in mind and in sight. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to be here.
It's so great to have you.
So what's 85, 55, 25?
It's our campus goal. We want 85% of our kids approaching on the STAR, 55% meeting, and 25% mastering.
So at Luella Merritt, we start with the end in mind.
Absolutely, and everybody knows it.
How do you keep that top of mind?
Let me show you.
These hallways are filled with progress charts, students' goals for the year,
Read a lot of books,
demonstrations of learning, along with the correlating standard,
English and Spanish for our bilingual classrooms,
and Lexile levels.
They were so excited to see, even some of them got to the top of the ceiling.
Up on the ceiling. So data really drives everything that you do here.
Welcome Dr. Scribner.
Data is also front and center in classrooms, especially during the enrichment period.
We're using leveled literacy intervention to target foundational reading skills in kinder, first, and second grade, and it's all hands on deck so that they can become fluent readers.
And then we blend them to GRRR.
So we have individualized data here.
We're constantly looking at where they are so that we can meet each individual needs.
This enrichment block and LLI block has really helped in getting them ready so that they are successful in second grade.
Remember, you keep your data sheets in front because I want you to be reminded daily of what your goal is.
We saw double-digit gains last year in both 4th and 5th grade math for progress. We also earned a distinction in reading for the first time, but we've got a lot of work to go.
And big goals to meet. The key is having a clear vision of your destination.
I wanted to blast up into space.
That's a good goal.
Your destination is ahead.
used to feel so far away. Didn't think I had a part to play. I used to let things bring me down. I would walk with my eyes to the ground. But I knew I could find a way to push through. Every word they'd say, I grew strong. I knew right from wrong, and now I feel it too.
Okay. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session in the board conference room, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session is now reconvened, open session at 9:07 p.m. in the boardroom with a quorum present. We'll be moving on to item number 17, accepting consent agenda. No items were pulled, so looking for a motion to accept consent agenda items. We have a motion by Trustee Toby Jackson. We have a second by Trustee Ana Luevanos. Do we have any discussion on consent agenda items? Looks like we have no discussion. Please move the vote. Well, looky there. We got 9 votes. Motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. Q, there's your unanimous again, my friend. So we're skipping over 18A and 18B. We have no personnel. We'll be. We have no 19A as well, right? No 19A, B, or C. So we will jump over to 19D, approval of comprehensive annual financial report for the year ended June 30th, 2019. We have a motion by Trustee Toby Jackson. We have a second by Trustee Ana Luevanos. Do we have any discussion on 19D? Looks like no discussion. Please move to vote. Motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. 19E, approved board resolution and offer to owner of 5070 and 5074 Willie Street, Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, for property being acquired for school use. Looks like we have a motion by Trustee Norman Robbins and a second by Trustee Ashley Paz. Do we have any discussion on this item? Looks like no discussion. Please move to vote. Motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. Yeah, and we will have a 19G. So 19F, I believe, is being rescheduled. Just for the sake of comments by board members, superintendents, I'm going to jump over to 20 briefly and ask and create the space for board members or superintendent on any announcements or comments that they'd like to make. Anyone? Q? Yeah.
All right, thank you, President Ramos and members of the board. And so I just briefly wanted to say that I was very delighted to be able to sit in this week on a conversation about the Family Action Center. I'm very pleased with what this is going to look like thus far, and I think that we really are being innovative and really bringing resources where they're most needed. So that will be in District 3 on Sunrise McMillan's campus. I want to thank Sherry Breed for her leadership there, Mia Hall in her absence, Carlos Walker, Charles Hodges, and a host of others who were there, Dr. Benavidez. And yeah, I'm really pleased with the direction that it looks like. I'm hoping to see a lot of families in Fort Worth served by what we're able to do with innovation there. So kudos to you all. Thank you very much for your hard work in that. Thank you.
Trustee Paz.
Thank you, President Ramos. I actually missed our last school board meeting because I was traveling to Louisville, Kentucky, not Louisville, Kentucky, Louisville, for the Council of the Great City Schools Conference, which I was joined by several of our staff and President Ramos. But there was one thing specifically, we covered a lot of great material over the course of the conference, but one thing specifically that was addressed kind of throughout the conference, and that was the 2020 census. And this is something that I think our city has formed a committee to review the outreach. I would like to encourage our district and those that are working within our district to also take action internally, because one of the things that they pointed out is that especially with the Latinx community and immigrant communities, the most trusted source for information are our teachers. And when I hear that, I hear that we have a specific charge to guarantee that we do not have undercounts in this area. So I don't know if it would be possible to do, I don't think it's appropriate to ask for a report or a presentation, but I would love for us to have a discussion as a board about that sometime in the future. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay. We will move our way back to 19G. I will get this process started for us. The purpose of this portion of the meeting is to hear the level 3 complaint of Ms. Lakeisha Specs. This hearing is being conducted during a duly called meeting of the Fort Worth Independent School District of Trustees convened on Tuesday, November 12, 2019. The hearing is being held pursuant to the district's complaint policies. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. I am Jacinto Ramos Jr., Board President. For the record, a quorum is present. The following board members are present: Daphne Brookins, Ann Dar, C.J. Evans, Toby Jackson, Anael Luebanos, Ashley Paz, Quentin Phillips, Norman Robbins. Also present is Benjamin Castillo, the attorney who may advise the board on legal issues related to the complaint during the hearing or deliberations. We are meeting to consider the level 3 complaint of Ms. Specs. Ms. Specs, would you and any representative here, would you please state your name for the record? Thank you. Will the individual responding on behalf of the administration please state your name?
Cynthia Rincon.
I will now ask each board member of this board whether he or she is able to serve as an impartial member of this body and to arrive at a decision based solely upon the record in this matter and information presented at this meeting and not on any other information he or she may have heard prior to this meeting. Any member on this board not able to serve should say so now and ask to be excused. So a recording of this hearing must be made. Please avoid talking when others are speaking so that the recording will reflect the proceedings accurately. The hearing will be conducted as follows. Ms. Specs and the administration will each have a total of 10 minutes to make their presentations to the board. This is not a formal legal proceeding, so no strict rules of evidence or procedure will apply. Also, there is no cross-examination. The board is not required to consider documentation or claims not previously submitted or issues not previously raised. There will be an opportunity for board members to ask questions. However, board members are not subject to questioning by the complainant, administration, or legal counsel. As a complainant, Ms. Specs, you will present first. Just for the record, we will transition into the back here in a little bit. Mr. Castillo will keep the time for the presentations and will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining. Or would you prefer some other type of minute marker? Okay. Any time remaining of your 10 minutes after your initial presentation can be used by you for rebuttal after the administration's response. The administration's presentation will follow Ms. Speck's initial presentation. Ms. Rincon, Mr. Castillo will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker?
That's fine, thank you.
Any time remaining for your 10 minutes after your initial response can be used for you for rebuttal after Ms. Speck's rebuttal. Following the presentations, the board will meet in closed session with its attorney for advice and may then return to open session to deliberate and take action, if any at all. Does anyone have any questions or initial procedure matters that need to be discussed at this time? Yes, Ms. Specs. Does that also apply here to the not mentioning names?
So, Mr. Board President, at this time, I'm going to ask the board to convene in closed session so we could conduct this hearing pursuant to the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act. And at that point in closed session, you could, because of, you may mention names of employees. That's why we'll be going into closed session. So,
okay. Thank you very much. So, as suggested by legal counsel, we will now move into closed session. Okay, we are now convened in open session to deliberate, consider, and take action on Ms. Speck's Level 3 complaint. The time is 10:02 p.m. and looking for a motion, leaning on legal counsel is what that motion might look like.
Yes, Mr. Board President, it's advice of counsel that the board uphold the Level 2 decision issued by the administration in this grievance.
So looking to see who's willing to entertain that motion. So we have a motion by Mr. Robbins and a second by Ms. Evans. Mrs. Evans, any discussion on this motion? Looks like no discussion. Please move to vote. The motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. This concludes our hearing of this complaint and of this board meeting. We will now be adjourned at 10:03 p.m. Thank you.